this yours?
We all have one. Turn it over.
That's great.
This question you can turn around. Okay. So this is the one that we're printing out. There's also some slides that probably Greg will have printed out.
Is Julie good to
So
you?
they have copies of it.
I didn't go in the back, but I'm assuming.
No, she wasn't there.
They prepared it, because their position, but we prepared additional.
Yeah, just we made great So where do you want the exhibits now, or that's what you get to? Okay, so this is, Darren's gonna print out some of the slides we're gonna use, so he's gonna come back with our, this is the one we have now, which is our proposed conditions. No, we've worked on them since then, there's some slides, and there probably will be some on the records, as we understand it, so that's more than so whatever you want to need, just.
With Torrance?
Oh, sure, sure, absolutely, I'll email them to you, do you need that now or just later?
Actually, I'm from the prosecution.
Okay.
I've got
Have them all.
utilities, FCC,
Yeah, I think I have them just in my email. I'll just
flares
order
up,
for it, right?
so yeah, they moved from the flares over
Okay.
there.
It's coming your way.
Oh, really? No, not that they told me yet, but anything could happen, I guess. They're changing the rule?
I have the ones I prepared, so yes, I can. I can, do you want me to do that in break or right now? Okay, I just run out. Okay, then break or I'll come up to you.
Not sure that's a good thing, but.
Okay, great, thank you.
So you and Sharon?
I showed you the pictures of No, they are. They are. You might like it. You did a good job. You did a good job. You could probably.
So it doesn't have,
This guy
we will have slides and that's what Darren's putting out now. I am, but we realize that the Mac doesn't have any those connections, unfortunately.
You know what I do? Let's say that I do.
We do have a stick, we could put it on a stick. Although Darren told me to print it out, in fact, if I email it to you, is that? Okay, let me see if I have an actual stick.
But 20 years from today, you're probably going to be worth a lot of money. 20 years from Cynthia, I think, funny story about potholders and stuff, medical student. They always find out around, ain't no more, that's what they worry about when they.
Good morning. Hearing board is in session. Today's Thursday, April 20th, 2017. We're meeting in the hearing room at SCAQMD headquarters in Diamond Bar. Time is 9:17. We've had some technical difficulties that are now taken care of, and so we can proceed. Today, the board we have a 4-member board today. Okay, and on calendar is Torrance Refining Company, case 6060-8, a petition for short variance, and AOC, alternate operating conditions. Who's representing Torrance Refinery?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. It's Michael McDonough from Pillsbury, Winthrop, Shaw, Pittman, representing the petitioner.
And representing executive officer.
Daphne Seaford District.
Thank you. Those will be testifying this morning. Please rise to be sworn in. Raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated. Opening, Mr. McDonough.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Michael McDonough, and I'm here today on behalf of Torrance Refining Company in furtherance of a petition for short variance and alternative operating conditions. The petitioner is seeking relief from District Rules 202A, 203B, 2004 F1, and 3002 C1, and from conditions of the permit S15.1, S15.5, E336.23, and administrative condition E4. As you'll hear in testimony, the variance is necessary in order to conduct certain maintenance and replacement work mandated by federal and state regulations, and other maintenance work needed to address recurring piping leaks that first developed under the prior refinery operator. I'm here with Ms. Valerie Shea, who is the refinery's environmental engineer for offsites and hydroprocessing. So as you'll hear in testimony, short variance relief is necessary because in order to safely conduct the required maintenance work, the refinery must temporarily isolate flare 65F4 and the fourth stage separator unit to allow workers safe access to those units to conduct the work. Unfortunately, the facility permit and district rules prohibit isolating or disconnecting pollution control devices for any reason, even temporarily, and even if it's for maintenance that's required by law. So for that reason, the facility will be in violation of the permit and district rules and will need a variance in order to complete the required maintenance and replacement work. As you'll hear in testimony, it's beyond the facility's reasonable control to avoid this required maintenance and replacement work. As you'll hear, state law requires the facility to conduct certain maintenance and replacement work on flare 65F4 every 5 years, and it's now time to do that maintenance again. Also, a federal regulation adopted last year, which is commonly called the Refinery Sector Rule, or RSR, requires the refinery to conduct certain flare replacement and maintenance work designed to reduce flaring emissions and smoking from flares. According to the RSR regulations, this work must be done at the, quote, next available maintenance opportunity, unquote. And this flare turnaround is that opportunity. The facility does not have the option to ignore those regulations and must perform the work, but flare 65F4 must be temporarily isolated to allow the work to happen safely, and that requires a variance. Also, you will hear that during the variance period, the refinery will perform necessary repairs and replacement on piping leading to the fourth stage separator, or FSS. Torrance Refining discovered shortly after taking over the facility from ExxonMobil in July of last year that this FSS piping was suffering from intermittent gas leaks that had developed on ExxonMobil's watch. Torrance Refining was able to implement temporary fixes to stop the leaks and had actually planned on performing a permanent fix during a turnaround that was originally scheduled for the fourth quarter of last year. However, as you may recall, the refinery was struck by 2 power outages from Edison in September of October of last year, which unfortunately postponed this flare turnaround work until the next opportunity, which is now. Again, you'll hear that the leaks predated Torrance's refining's ownership of the facility, and Torrance Refining had no part in causing these leaks, but it's now our job to fix them, and we will request a variance from you today to allow us to do just that. You'll also hear that we will actually save emissions by doing that repair work during this turnaround when the facility is already at minimum operations. The facility is also required to show you today that requiring strict compliance would result in an arbitrary or unreasonable taking of property or the closing of a business. You will hear from Ms. Shea today that if the variance is denied, Torrance Refinery will have no available options to comply with federal or state law. Requiring strict compliance would mean that the facility would not be allowed to isolate Flare 65F4 for the federal and state mandated maintenance and RSR work. That means that that work simply would not take place. Not doing legally required work would subject the refinery to federal and state enforcement and possible exposure to fines and penalties. It also only put off this work for another turnaround, at which time we would still need to come before this board to ask for this variance. Also, denial of the variance and requiring strict compliance would mean that the refinery would also not be allowed to isolate the FSS to install a permanent fix for the intermittent gas leaks in the pipes. That means that those pipes would continue to experience intermittent leaks and release additional emissions to the atmosphere. Torrance Refining technically could completely shut down the FCCU and most of the rest of the refinery for roughly 3 to 4 weeks in an attempt to strictly comply with the requirements for pollution control to be in quote-unquote full use if connected equipment is running. But even in this scenario, we would still need to seek a variance from this board if we ever wanted to turn that equipment on again. As you will hear, shutting down the FCC and most of the rest of the facility would cost the refinery between $1.5 and $2 million per day. It would cause violations of the refinery's contracts and cause disruptions to the regional gasoline market. But more importantly, that scenario would produce substantial flaring and excess emissions on the order of thousands of pounds of criteria pollutants. In contrast, our proposed variance work today would result in no excess emissions and no flaring in between the startup and the shutdown. So for that reason, requiring strict compliance would produce no corresponding benefit in reducing air contaminants and actually would produce a significant increase in emissions. You'll also hear today that Torrance Refining has given consideration to curtailing operations and in fact will be running most major units at the refinery at minimum rates to minimize production of flue gas and hydrogen, thereby minimizing flaring. Ms. Shea will also explain that running at minimum rates will allow Flare 65F4 to be isolated, while Flare 65F3 retains more than enough capacity to serve the rest of the refinery at those minimum rates. Ms. Shea will also explain that reducing rates any further would risk unstable operation and cascading shutdowns of the FCCU and most of the remaining principal process units. That would force the refinery to incur excess emissions if the equipment's ever restarted. You will also hear that Torrance Refining is proposing further emissions mitigation through an innovative technique of venting high-purity PSA hydrogen instead of creating additional emissions by flaring that hydrogen. During the turnaround, having hydrogen-consuming units offline means that there will be a temporary surplus of hydrogen in the system. This surplus of hydrogen cannot safely be bottled up in the system. It must either be released or flared. You will hear that the PSA hydrogen is 99.95% pure hydrogen gas, with the remainder being inert nitrogen. Hydrogen gas is a naturally occurring gas and not a regulated pollutant, and as a lighter-than-air gas, hydrogen rises and disperses quickly and efficiently in the atmosphere without impacting ground-level receptors. Ms. Shea will explain that venting hydrogen during a turnaround is considered a best practice at many other refineries around the country to minimize emissions. Though the Torrance refinery, this particular refinery, has always flared hydrogen when it was under ExxonMobil's operation rather than directly releasing it, Ms. Shea will explain that flaring hydrogen actually creates unnecessary additional emissions by entraining criteria pollutants in the high flow of hydrogen through the flare header. This can be avoided entirely by directly releasing the hydrogen. Ms. Shea will also explain that direct release of the hydrogen can be done safely and efficiently, and in this case, reduce flaring from the turnaround from 27 to 28 straight days with hydrogen flaring to roughly 2 to 3 days during shutdown and 2 to 3 days during restart if the hydrogen is directly vented. That's a significant reduction in the duration of flaring in our books, and we believe it's part of our duty to mitigate emissions in this variance by directly releasing the hydrogen in order to avoid subjecting the community to such an extended period of flaring. And as Ms. Shea will also testify, we propose to perform this direct release in compliance with an industry standard governing the safe release of hydrogen from pressurized systems called API 521. API 521 specifies several measures to ensure release of hydrogen is done safely while minimizing the risk of ignition and ensuring optimal dispersion of the gas in the atmosphere. The refinery will utilize ample amounts of steam to promote hydrogen dispersion and minimize the risk of any ignition of the gas. We will also present evidence substantiating from our witness that hydrogen can be released safely in this situation and should be released as a best practice to minimize criteria pollutants. And finally, Ms. Shea will confirm that the refinery will continue operating its continuous emission monitoring system and its continuous opacity monitoring system, and will report these numbers and the total hydrogen released to the district as part of the variance. The refinery will also commit to have its workers personally monitor the release of hydrogen from the elevated vent to ensure it's done safely, and that there's no ignition or combustion at the vent. We've included these and other conditions as a set of proposed variance and AOC conditions for your consideration, and that's Exhibit 1. For these reasons, we respectfully request that the hearing board grant the requested short variance and alternative operating conditions, and we hope to answer any questions you may have along the way.
Thank you very much. Did you say Exhibit 1 was the AOC condition?
The Exhibit 1 should be the combination of variance and AOC conditions. Of course, the last two conditions, one is for the AOC only, one is for the variance only. But we've consolidated in a single exhibit for convenience. The one we've just given you today, that's right.
Oh.
This hearing's Exhibit 1.
Ms. Sue, opening.
Good morning. We have here today Mr. Thomas Lee, Senior Air Quality Engineer, as a witness. We have also had an exhibit with some additional conditions to be imposed if the hearing board were to grant the variance petition. The district here today is focused on the refinery's proposal to vent hydrogen during its proposed maintenance. Specifically, the district asked the hearing board to closely consider the air quality benefits and the safety risks of venting hydrogen. As you've heard, the refinery will be reducing its operations during its maintenance period, so it will not be consuming all the hydrogen that it is producing. So the refinery is requesting to vent, that is, release the hydrogen, practically pure hydrogen, to atmosphere instead of flaring it. To the best of the district's knowledge, this has not been done before at the Torrance refinery. And the hydrogen stream may have some residual volatile organic compounds and trace amounts of carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide. It's proposing to vent about 10 million square cubic feet of hydrogen over the course of 21 days. And hydrogen is highly flammable. So the district has concerns regarding the safety of venting hydrogen, especially outside of a permitted procedure. The refinery is, as you've heard, is taking precautions. The district does not have all the details, and as you know, the district's main expertise is in air quality and its health impacts. And so yesterday we requested the refinery provide an independent safety expert, but we do understand that's a very short notice and short period of time to do that. Instead of venting hydrogen to atmosphere, the refinery could flare it however, that would result in combustion of other vent gases in the flare header, as you've heard. And if venting hydrogen, the bottom line is if venting hydrogen can be done in a safe manner, it would be beneficial for air quality to do so instead of flaring the gas. So at today's hearing, we asked the hearing board to carefully consider the benefits of venting hydrogen with any possible safety risks. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's mark the exhibits. I recognize that. Okay. The exhibits in the petition on tabs 1 through 5 will be marked accordingly. And so we now have a document, petitioner's exhibit, that is titled Petitioner's Exhibit 1. We will mark that Exhibit 6. And the reason for that is to not confuse the one and the one. And okay. Also have another document titled Additional Conditions for Variance Proposed by SCAQMD. Whose are these?
That is our additional
Okay.
conditions if
Well-
the hearing board were to grant the petition.
We'll mark those as Exhibit A as an apple. Now we have a double-sided document titled Emissions Estimates During Variance, H2 Direct Release. We'll mark that as Exhibit 7 for petitioner.
7.
On the back side of that document is another table titled Emissions Estimates During Variance, Hydrogen Flared. We'll mark that as Exhibit 8.
Mr. Chair, I might request that you reverse the order of those, as we'll actually introduce the table first. So the table being 7, perhaps, and the slide being 8.
The table titled Estimates During Variance.
Correct.
Okay, that will be 7.
Yes.
And the other table titled Emissions Estimates During
Bless you.
Variance, bless you, will be marked as Exhibit 8. Okay? Excuse me, 7.
Excuse me, 7 will become what, Mr. Chairman? We had 7.
Yeah.
change it to what?
Okay, we had 7, changed it to 8. The one that is titled Emissions Estimates During Variance, that will be direct release, that'll be number 8. Emissions Estimate During Variance H2 Flared is number 7. Then we have a diagram titled Exhibit 4, which will be remarked as Exhibit number 9.
Right.
Okay, we can proceed. Mr. McDonough, your first witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're calling Ms. Valerie Shea to the stand. Ms. Shea, can you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Valerie Shea, V-A-L-E-R-I-E, space T-S-E.
And what is your position at the Torrance Refinery?
I'm the environmental engineer.
Okay, and what is your level of education in that position?
I have a BS in chemical engineering, and I've been working in the environmental group for the last a little over 10 years at the Torrance Refining at the Torrance Refinery site.
And in your position at the refinery, can you briefly describe to the board what your responsibilities and role are?
Yes, I'm pretty much the liaison to the operations group for the distillates and hydroprocessing unit, which includes the hydrotreater, the hydrocracker, the unit 20, the hydrogen plants, and also the off-sites, which do include the flare system and vapor recovery systems.
Okay, so maybe to begin, you can give the board a brief description and overview of why Torrance Refining needs a variance today.
Yes, there's two reasons why we're coming in here for the variance to do work on. The first one is on our flare system. We have 2 flares, but one of the flares, we need to take it down to do maintenance work on it. It's time for its turnaround. We will be replacing the flare tip on there and also installing tie-ins and additional piping to meet the future refinery sector rule requirements. This is for 65F4 in particular. The second also reason is we have a 4th stage separator, and we've noticed in 2016 we had a number of catalyst leaks around that piece of equipment, and we'd like to be able to isolate it and be able to go in there and replace the piping in order to have a permanent fix on those leaks.
So to do both of these pieces of maintenance, the maintenance on flare 65F4 and also the maintenance on the 4th stage separator, why is it that you need a variance to allow workers access to those units?
The reason why we need a variance is because in order to do the work and the maintenance on those pieces of equipment, we need to shut it down. And in our Title V permit, we have a number of conditions that require, if these are control devices, then they are subject to be in full use, and the parts of the refinery will still be in operation, and therefore we will be out of compliance with those conditions.
And can you explain to the board the safety considerations behind isolating a unit before workers work on it?
Yes, it's not safe to work on a live piece of equipment. It's almost like, you know, if you have to do maintenance work on your car, you would shut down your car in order to do the work on the car.
And the presence of hot gases in these units, does that also work in as a safety consideration?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe we can just take this apart and describe the equipment a little in more detail. So starting with Flare 65F4, maybe you can just explain to the board what the flare's function is and why it's such a critical part of the safety system at the refinery?
Yeah, so the flare system, it's part of the mission control system, and it's also a safety system at the refinery. So what happens is you have your units that are in operation. Some of the equipment in the units may be operating at high pressures. If there's a need to relieve those devices, or if there's an emergency where you have to shut down an entire unit, those emergency gases can depressure and be safely controlled through the flare system, and that's why they're a very important part of our system.
Does the refinery simply choose to flare when it feels like it, or must it flare based on safety considerations?
It doesn't choose when to flare. It's during unplanned events, with the exception of turnarounds when we can control the shutdown of certain pieces of equipment.
And from a safety consideration, maybe you can explain to the board a little bit what would happen if we somehow tried to stop flaring from happening in an overpressure situation?
Then you would have your equipment or your units over pressure, and those equipments are rated for a certain pressure, and if you go above that, you could, you know, explode the piece of equipment. So you really do need a way for the pressure to go out somewhere, and we don't want to just relieve it to atmosphere, so we send it through the what we call the flare header, and safely gets any of the if there's any dangerous, harmful pollutants, it gets combusted through the flare the flare.
Okay, and maybe you could also explain to the board the maintenance you discussed, this every 5-year maintenance required by state law under the on Flare 65F4. Can you explain what that involves?
Yeah, so there's a number of things that we need to do under the state law. One of them is every 5 years we have to replace the flare tip, and this year is the 5th year. The other one is some of our vessels within that flare system, specifically our water seal drum, needs to go through what we call API 510 inspections. So they'll go in once the vessel is shut down and cleaned out. They'll go in and make sure that it has the right mechanical integrity, and if it needs to be any of the fixes and all that stuff, they'll do that during that time period.
And why is this kind of maintenance important from a reliability and from an environmental standpoint?
It's important because it's a way of maintaining and upkeeping our equipment to make sure that that we can continue to operate.
Does proper operation of the flare also ensure less smoking events and more efficient flaring when it does occur?
Yes.
Maybe you could also explain to the board the additional flare upgrades you discussed under the RSR rule, the refinery sector rule. What do those requirements require you to do with the flare?
Yes, so the refinery sector rule, actually it's a lot of different arms and legs, but in particular with the flare, there are limits that we have to meet. They are trying to make sure that we meet ensure that we don't smoke from our flares. That's a big concern. And part of smoking from the flare, so a lot of times we use steam to control the black smoke that would come from the flare. So the refinery sector rule will make sure that we have an adequate steam in there. So in addition to that, there's also monitoring systems that we need to install as well to help control and make sure we're putting enough steam, that we're meeting the combustion requirements for that. And so that's part of the work that we will be doing. We'll be installing the tie-ins to allow for future monitoring system and analyzers to be installed at a later date to meet the rules.
Okay, and I take it that ExxonMobil didn't install any of these RSR upgrades before turning over the facility in July?
No, they did not.
Okay. Can you also explain to the board the requirement for the refinery to perform the work at your, quote, next qualifying maintenance activity? How do you interpret that requirement with respect to the turnaround you're doing now?
Can you repeat the
Sure.
question?
So I spoke in my opening statement that the regulations under RSR require you to perform the flare work at your, quote, next qualifying maintenance activity. Is that why the refinery is doing the work now, that it considers this its next qualifying maintenance activity?
Yes, that's correct. Because we have to go in and do the state mandated inspections and replacements, this is considered our next turnaround or next maintenance activity. So therefore, we are going in to do the refinery sector roll work.
Okay, and again, to do all of that maintenance work required by law safely, is it the case that the refinery will need to shut off and isolate this flare?
Yes, you definitely need to isolate the flares in order to work on the flares.
Let's talk then about the four-stage separator work. Can you help walk the board through what's going to happen in that work? What are you addressing in the four-stage separator?
Yes, so for the fourth stage separator, the purpose of the fourth stage separator is it pulls out any residual catalyst that may be entrained in the flue gas system, and it separates any catalyst that may be in the air into the bottom of the equipment, where we then load it into trucks, or we return it back into the system at a later date. And so there was a number of a number of leaks around the piping before it goes around the piping area of the piece of equipment. So in order to replace that piping, you need to be able to isolate it and shut it down.
Is the FSS the only unit at the refinery that controls PM, particulate matter, or are there other units that control that as well?
That is correct. There are a number of other equipment that help to control the PM. So the catalyst in there contributes to the PM. So we also have a third stage separator that's also upstream of that, and more importantly, downstream of the third and the fourth stage separator, we have our huge ESP, the electrostatic precipitators, which do the majority of the work in removing the PM or catalyst from the flue gas before it goes to atmosphere.
So if the FSS, as one part of this PM control system, is down or isolated, are the other PM units able to handle all the rest of the PM in the system within the limits of your permit and the rules?
Yes, because we're isolating just the fourth stage, and then the third stage separator and the ESPs are still going to be online during this period. We will be able to still control our PM emissions.
And maybe you can also help the board explain the relationship of this system of PM control, TSS, FSS, ESPs, with the main producing unit, the FCCU, the fluid catalytic cracking unit. How do the two units relate? In other words, does one unit serve as a control for the other, or how do they relate to each other?
So basically, our FCC unit, the fluidized catalytic cracking unit, we use a fluidized catalyst to help crack our feed that's coming in. It'll break it up into smaller molecules. So when the catalyst does that, sometimes there's coke that does develop on the catalyst, and in order to regenerate that catalyst, we burn the coke off. Once you burn the coke off, that's your flue gas. We need to, it's combusted, so it needs to be sent out somewhere. This whole stream is considered our flue gas stream, and that before it goes out to the atmosphere, we have a number of control devices that will try to reduce the emissions from the flue gas before it comes out. being the PM, and we talked about the third and the fourth and the ESPs that control for the PM. We have SCR that controls for the NOx, and we also have a CO boiler, but we don't really talk too much about the CO boiler that's supposed to control the CO.
Okay, so in this whole system, specifically actually talking about the TSS and FSS, can you describe for us the regular maintenance schedule for those units? Like, when was the last turnaround completed for the system?
Last year in April 2016.
Okay, and in that last inspection and maintenance of the system, did the facility see any signs of erosion or thinning that might lead to leaks?
They saw enough thickness in the piping that showed that it should be able to last until 2019 and 2020.
Okay, and this was a determination made by the former operator, ExxonMobil?
That's correct.
Okay, so following Torrance Refining's takeover of the facility in July of 2016, what did Torrance Refining observe with respect to intermittent leaks in the system?
Prior to?
No, I mean after July of 2016.
So we had a number of, we saw a number of leaks that did occur through our operator rounds. And because it had happened a number of times, we had decided to, once they had the temporary repair, we decided to do a permanent repair. It was originally scheduled for the end of 2016, but because we had two major power outages from Southern California Edison, it actually caused us to have to delay the work until now.
Okay, and was it Torrance Refining's conclusion that the leaks had been present before they took over in July of 2016?
No.
Okay, so can you just confirm for clarification that the FCCU coming offline as any part of this variance?
No, the FCCU will remain online, but because we're in the turnaround schedule and activities, it will be running at some reduced rates.
Okay, so let's talk about why the refinery believes it will be out of compliance by doing this maintenance. So starting with the flares, is it within the refinery's control to skip that maintenance or just simply not do it?
No, it would not be wise or prudent to skip maintenance work on our control device system.
And when is the final deadline for that 5-year maintenance coming up? Is that sometime this year?
That's this year, 2017.
Okay. Again, with the RSR upgrades that we talked about being installed, the next qualifying maintenance opportunity, is it the refinery's position that that work can be further delayed or postponed?
The work cannot be delayed.
Okay. And again, does the refinery have any control over skipping the federal regulatory language or ignoring it?
No.
Okay. In terms of isolating the units, isolating the flare, isolating the FSS to allow for safe operation, again, does the refinery have a choice to not isolate those units and still safely perform the work?
Not if we would want to safely perform the work.
Okay. Again, talking about the FSS now, your testimony is the leaks in the piping predated, that they either predated or happened in July of 2016, those leaks in the FSS system?
Yes.
Okay. And you've determined that those leaks will not be amenable to a temporary fix anymore, that they need a permanent fix?
That's correct.
Okay. Is it wise or prudent for the refinery to ignore those leaks or simply not fix them?
No, because eventually what we've seen is the catalyst will continue to leak and then we would be out of compliance. This system is part of it's a flue gas system. We're required to control all of the emissions, and to have leaks and things like that it's not a option for us.
On the FSS piping leak work, why is it advantageous for the refinery to do this work now? Why not just wait?
Well, we're trying to coordinate with our turnaround, and since we're already doing a lot of maintenance in other areas, and also because other units will be on some of them will be shut down, some of them will be reduced rates, so it just helps to minimize emissions overall.
If you were not allowed to do the FSS leak repair work now, would you have to return to this board at some point in the future for a variance to do it?
Yeah, possibly, if we were not able to do the work now, we'd have to either come in, we'd have to, like, if you wanted to, we could shut down the entire FCC unit, but on the startup, we'd still have to come in and ask for permission to start up as well. In addition to that, when you shut down the FCCU unit, there's a lot of flaring that gets involved. So you have flare emissions and you have the back end where you have startup emissions as well.
So I want to ask you a few questions around that possibility. So first of all, let's talk about curtailing operations. Is it possible for the refinery to simply curtail operations and not have to get a variance to do this work?
If you curtail operations, you still need to be able to isolate it, and we still have to come in to ask for permission to isolate this control device.
And is the refinery already curtailing operations as proposed in this variance?
Yes.
What about strict compliance? What would strict compliance with the permit and rules require? You suggested that that would involve a flat shutdown of the FCC and several other units. Can you explain to the board what that scenario would look like if you have to strictly comply and shut down equipment?
Yeah, so to shut down the entire unit, you have to depressure the unit. To depressure the unit, you send it all out to the flare. On top of that, we're also trying to do 65F4 work, and if you're flaring from one of the flare stack, it would delay the 65F4 work. In addition to that, we'd still have to come in for the variance, of course, and then upon the startup, you're having to you have additional excess emissions as well upon the startup.
So let's continue along those lines. Let's say hypothetically the board were to deny the variance and require the refinery to strictly comply with its permit and rules. You've mentioned that that would involve having to shut down a good portion of the refinery and the FCC. Would that option also involve excess emissions and the need for a variance at some point?
Yes.
What about simply not doing the work? Is not doing this upgrade and repair work a reasonable option for the refinery?
It's not reasonable. If you don't do the work, you know, eventually at some point, these are temporary repairs that we've done on it, and eventually they would also wear out, and at some point in the future you still will be back to the same problem that you have originally, which would be leaks from this area.
So if the variance is denied and the refinery is forced to shut down all of these process units just to do the maintenance work, what would be the harm or financial loss to Torrance Refining if that happened?
So when you shut down the FCC unit, all of our various units in our refinery, they're all integrated with each other. And so at some point in time, you'd have cascading shutdowns. And so eventually, you know, you'd run out of feed for other units. You'd have to shut down all there. So eventually you would get to an entire refinery-wide shutdown. Then that would, you know, as far as the financial impacts, it would cost the refinery anywhere from $1.5 to $2 million. On top of that, all that flaring during the shutdown process, we're impacting the community. The community is very sensitive to our whenever we flare. So there's just a huge all around, you know, cascading impacts.
Is it possible in that scenario you would also be in violation of some of your supply contracts?
That is correct.
And what about potential effects to the regional gasoline market?
Yeah, it would drive up the gasoline prices. We're about 10% of the volume of, we provide volume to the Southern California area.
Okay, and then in terms of the emissions that would happen if you were required to go this route, shut everything down, do the maintenance work, turn everything back on, what would you expect roughly the magnitude of excess emissions to be if you went that route and had to do all those things?
Yeah, so we took a look at a refinery-wide shutdown, and based on those estimates, we had about 6,000 pounds of NOx, 21,000 pounds of SOx, 8,000 pounds of CO, and 800 pounds of PM.
And any VOC as well?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Could you just repeat that? I'm sorry.
So 6,000 pounds for NOx, 21,000 pounds of SOx, 8,000 pounds of CO, 800 pounds of PM, and 1,400 pounds of VOC. And those are numbers that we had from actual past shutdowns and startups.
And again, just to be clear, these are numbers, these are emissions that would result if this variance were denied and you were forced to shut down most of the refinery to do the maintenance.
Correct.
Okay. But let's talk about what we're proposing to do in the variance period. So assuming that the variance is granted as requested, does the facility expect any excess emissions or opacity during the variance period?
No, we don't expect any excess emissions or opacity during the variance period.
And do you expect that your existing control units will more than adequately control particulate matter, NOx, SOx, et cetera?
Yes, because we will still have, for example, for PM, we still have the third stage separator that will be online and the ESPs that will also be online. For 65F, for our flare system, we'll still have 65F3 that's online, and the hydrogen that we're proposing would not have any excess emissions.
So let's talk about the flare capacity as well, because the board may have questions about whether one functioning flare is sufficient to handle whatever the system might throw at you during this variance period. So how can you be so sure that one flare, 65F3, will be sufficient to handle whatever flue gas comes its way?
So for a flare system, you know, we normally have two. One will be, what we're proposing is to take one out of service. To ensure that that the single flare that is still online can handle the capacity, we have a number of units that are already shut down. That's why we're coinciding it with the turnaround period. When those units are already shut down, you know, if there was an emergency, any of the remaining units that are still online, we've done calculations to show that the single flare has enough capacity to handle the remaining operating units.
Is this why it's advantageous to combine work like the flare work when the refinery is already at minimum operations so that there won't be as much burden on the flare system?
Yes.
In addition to that discussion, by having units at minimum operations, do you expect that to work as a further mitigation of emissions during the variance period?
Yes.
Now let's talk about hydrogen venting, and this may be, oh, I see Madam Clerk has left, but this may be a good time to put the exhibits up on the, she may be back in a minute. Well, it's all set up and ready to go. Maybe we can. We'll just wait a minute.
I can.
After all that work. So board will be referencing Exhibit 2 here, or I'm sorry, it's been renumbered as Exhibit 8, right here. Okay, so hopefully everybody has Exhibit 8 in front of them, and it's on our screens here in the boardroom. So, Ms. Shea, looking at the exhibit that's on our screen, it's marked Exhibit 2, but it's really 8 in the record. talk about where these numbers come from. First of all, describe to us, what are we looking at here? What does this table tell us?
So just to make sure we're all on the same page here, what we're proposing to do is instead of, so during the variance period, during the turnaround period, we will have a number of units that are going to be still online and some that are still offline. One of the units that's going to still be online is our hydrogen plant. The hydrogen plant has a minimum rate that it can go to. If it goes below that, then we're running into potentially damaging our heaters and some of our equipment because you're just running it at too low of a rate, and then the heat gets too high. So what then happens is we have to, that minimum rate, we have other units that are still online that are still that will need to consume hydrogen. But because those units are also at reduced rates, they won't be consuming all of the hydrogen. So we have there is a potential for us to have a gap in how much hydrogen can be consumed. So we'll have extra hydrogen with no place to go. And we have two options. You can either flare it out, which is allowed under Rule 1118. The other option is to try to vent it directly from the hydrogen producing unit. So venting pure or high purity hydrogen directly to the atmosphere without it going through the flare system. So what happens is there's an emission difference in when you flare it out versus just venting it directly from the hydrogen unit because it's more pure that way. And so what we have here up there is a table comparing the difference in the emissions. So
This is just the first line.
So we'll go through the first line first. But if we release the hydrogen directly to the atmosphere from the hydrogen without ever going into the flare system, this hydrogen unit doesn't have any SOx, PM, NOx, or ROG, which is basically like VOCs. At the most, you could see some CO. We used a very conservative estimate of 50 ppm, since that is our what we target to be less than if there's any. And we've seen that with those estimates, it'll be about 36 pounds per day of CO at the most, if any. So the second line of that, which...
I guess we'll get to the next exhibit, which shows the second line, but before to move to that, I just wanted to help connect for the board some of what you had said in your testimony. So if I understand you right, you're confirming that during the variance period, because there will be more producers of hydrogen online than consumers, there will be an excess of this purity hydrogen in the system?
Yes, we will be making more hydrogen than we can consume.
And when we say high purity hydrogen, what is the composition of high purity hydrogen?
It's 99.5% or more of hydrogen. The other percent is, the remainder of it would be nitrogen. We do check, for CO, but it's mostly non-detect, or if we do detect it, it would be less than 50 ppm.
So these gases, as between hydrogen and nitrogen, to your knowledge, neither gas is a regulated pollutant in the district?
That's correct. Hydrogen and nitrogen are not regulated gases. With CO, there is a limit of 2,000 ppm from any equipment, which the 50 ppm, if any, is much less than the 2,000, so we do not expect any excess emissions.
Now, how did ExxonMobil treat this situation in the past? Did they release directly the hydrogen, or did they flare it?
In the past, the last time we did work on it, the hydrogen unit happened to be going in for its turnaround, so we actually didn't have this issue. But in other cases where we, have to shut down the unit for unplanned emergencies, those the extra hydrogen would be flared out through our flare system.
Okay, so now might be a good time to flip over to our next slide, which now compares the emissions we would expect if hydrogen was flared and not directly released. Can you explain to the board a little what we're looking at on this slide?
Yes, so we calculated at the most, and this is a conservative estimate, but at the most, we would have a difference of 10 million standard cubic feet per day that would not be consumed conservatively. And if that could not go out, if the district doesn't approve of us to go out and we would be forced to flare, the SOx numbers, just an average ballpark figure, for the SOx, you would see 14,307 pounds per day, 210 pounds per day, 387, 312, 2,108 pounds per day for CO, as you can see on the table below.
Okay, and just to clarify, a note on the table, on the CO column, we have a note in the first row that says 0 realistic, less than 36 pounds, assuming up to 50 ppm CO. So first of all, why do we say 0 is a more realistic estimate of what we think the CO emissions would be during this variance?
Yes. So actually, we do not expect to see CO at all. At the minimum rates that we're going to be running at, what happens is there's a piece of equipment called the pressure swing absorber. They are going to be running at reduced rates, so actually it can scrub out the CO much better. And so I actually did take a look at our logbooks to see, at 40 million scuffs per day when we were running, and lower than that, what the CO, because we do take Draeger measurements every day on the CO to see what that looks like, because it's actually poison for catalysts, in other units. So it's very important for us to know what the CO is, and they all showed readings of 0. So we do have records to substantiate that, but we have seen during high rates, at our maximum rates, it could get up to as high as 50 ppm, no more than that.
Okay, so the 36 pounds per day estimate would be using those high rate assumptions that you've had in the past, even though this would not be a high rate situation?
That's right. I used 50 ppm as the max, and I also used the maximum 10 million scuffs per day that we were that would be the highest. We actually don't expect to release that much amount of hydrogen. We're actually really trying to get it close enough that we would consume everything, but it's so close that we need to come in for this variance, because we do, there may be some amount.
Okay, so I'm going to flip over to, it says Exhibit 4 on the screen, but I think it's Exhibit 9. I think it was marked as Exhibit 9. And so we have, for the record, we have a pictorial diagram that shows arrows indicating flows of certain materials and gases. Ms. Shea, maybe you can explain what we're looking at on this slide?
Yeah. So you may be wondering, why in the world do we have such a difference when we flare the hydrogen out, why we see so much more emissions than what we're proposing to do? So just to explain how our flare system works, the flare, and we call it the flare header, but all of the units, if there's any vent gases that need to be released, whether it's because of overpressuring or because of unit shutdowns or whatnot, they all get dumped into what we call our flare header. And when the pressure gets high enough such that we cannot recover those gases, or if they're incompatible gases that, we can't, also another reason why we can't recover those gases, then it would go out through the flare. So what you have to understand is, by putting the pure or high purity hydrogen from our hydrogen unit into the flare header where it's mixed with all the other gases from other units that may not be producing hydrogen. So they're not high purity hydrogen, they have other stuff in there. So with that amount of flow rate going in, and the fact that it's hydrogen, we cannot recover the hydrogen to be reused in our refinery fuel gas system. It's too much hydrogen, and the heaters and the boilers cannot combust, there's not enough BTU in there. So what we end up having to do is to flare it out. When it flares out, it's going to pull the hydrocarbons, the H2S, the BHEM, out the flare stack. So our other option is, which is what we're proposing to do, is instead of before we even put it into the flare header, is to, if you look at that green line, is to just.
Here's a laser, if that would be helpful.
Does it also show it down there?
Yeah, but I guess it's hard for them to see what's behind them. And it's not going to show up on the screen. Maybe you can just explain.
I'll just do the color. So if you look at the green line where it takes off after our pressure swing absorber, that's all part of the hydrogen unit. And so that hydrogen, okay, I'm scared I'm going to get into the.
It doesn't help on their screen? Okay, yeah.
So.
Technology.
So if you look at where the takeoff is for the green line, even before it gets dumped into the flare header, which is that thick middle line, horizontal line, we're going to try to pull out that hydrogen, that pure hydrogen stream, before it even mixes with all the other vent gases, and we're going to vent it directly to the atmosphere. So that way you're not mingling it with the other criteria pollutants and then forcing us to flare.
Okay, so I guess bottom line here for the board's sake would be, if we are allowed to release the hydrogen, we would see the emissions that we saw in the first slide, roughly zero, maybe a little bit of CO. That would be the scenario of venting the hydrogen and not flaring it. Mm-hmm. And if we were to have to flare that hydrogen, the yellow row is the emissions we would expect to see?
Yes, and that's per day.
Per day. Okay, so let's talk now about the safety of the system. You've heard there's, in the opening statement by the prosecutor, there were some concerns about whether this direct release of hydrogen is safe. Has the refinery looked at any industry standards or other examples to determine whether this can be done safely?
Yes, we've used the API standard, API 521, as the standard to design this temporary vent. On top of that, because, after PBF, came in, some of our new people that are, with the PBF company have seen it done at other of their sites. And we also do know that one of the other facilities in the South Coast actually is allowed to vent hydrogen directly to atmosphere.
So let's take each of those points one step at a time. So first, talking about API 521, that may not be a standard the board is familiar with. Could you briefly explain, in this situation, what does API 521 recommend with respect to safe venting of hydrogen?
Yeah, so what it recommended and how we designed our stack to that is the use of a toroidal ring. It's a special ring that goes on top of the stack where it exits out, and it's a rounded kind of like a donut, and that helps with static friction. And so when you have static, it could be an ignition source for the hydrogen, but by putting that ring on there, it really reduces that. The other thing is we've designed it so we have a steam being injected into the vent line. So what the steam does is it'll help disperse the hydrogen once it exits out the stack. Hydrogen is a very light molecule, but the steam will help it further by just pushing it straight out and dispersing it into the atmosphere, so it's not, clumped together.
And because of the lightness of the molecule, is there any concern that this hydrogen could somehow come back to ground or create a ground level impact or concern?
No, because it's so light that it's going to shoot up, and we're not concerned with the ground level accumulation.
So based on a system that's designed after the requirements of API 521, did the refinery come to any conclusions with respect to what residual risk would be left, that there would be any ignition of this hydrogen?
Yeah, so actually what happened was we sent the proposed project to a third-party company, Jacobs Engineering, and he worked with the number of people who were helping to design this system, and they did what's called a HAZOP review, which is kind of like a hazard risk analysis, where they go in and they try to identify what possible hazards that could possibly occur. And once you identify the possible hazards, then you, for each one of those, they've identified what kind of mitigation steps for each one of those hazards identified. And the mitigation steps, did include the toroidal ring, the steam, and then, where you build and how high the vent should be, how far away that vent should be from the surrounding area, from other pieces of equipment, from potential, personnel or people walking around the unit. So it went through all of that, and then what we then do is we take the recommendations, we make sure that we're doing all of the steps, and so and in addition to that, the risk analysis that was shown was even the probability of the hydrogen igniting was a 1 in 10 year if you have a continuous hydrogen release. Now in this case, this is going to be temporary, just during the turnaround period, and we're trying really hard to really not have any excess hydrogen. So we felt that this, what we've designed out here is safe.
And to put that risk in perspective, when you talk about once in 10 years, that would be assuming a 10-year continuous release of hydrogen over those entire 10 years?
Yes.
And that's not what you're proposing to do here, of course, right?
That's correct.
So we talked about API 521 and following those standards. Was it Jacob Engineering's conclusion that if you followed the requirements of the API and their recommendations to design the vent in the way you've designed it, that you could safely release hydrogen in this kind of situation?
Yes.
So in addition to API 21, in addition to the Jacob Engineering conclusion, let's talk about additional safety measures. So is the refinery planning on monitoring the vent at all to ensure that there's no flame or ignition?
That's correct. The operators do scheduled rounds, turnaround or no turnaround. They always do their scheduled rounds, and of course they will be monitoring the vent stack at that point. On top of that, because you are in a turnaround period, there's going to be a lot of other people working around the unit in other areas, not particular in the unit 24, but in the adjacent units that are shut down for turnaround. Those operators, as they're working and interacting with the contractors, will be able to see whether or not and be able to tell whether or not if there's any ignition on top of that. We also have an IR, pretty much a temperature gun that we can shoot up there to monitor the temperature, and if the temperature shoots way up, then you have an ignition. And on top of that, at nighttime, it's very easy to see if it's auto-ignited, because against the black drop, the night sky, you can see if something happens.
And what does the refinery plan to do in the event that somebody does observe a flame or ignition? What safety measures would take place then?
So in the event that there is a flame or ignition, they would automatically block off the hydrogen, and the steam that is still continuing into the vent line will be able to snuff out whatever is remaining in there.
So we've talked about the inspection, personal inspection, API 521, and the Jacobs engineering conclusion. In addition to that, maybe you can explain to the board how high this vent is from the ground and its distance from other equipment?
Yes, and hold on, I don't have it memorized, but I have it in my notes. Okay, so the stack is actually 65 feet above grade. The nearest equipment is 52 feet above grade. So we're actually 13 feet above, higher than the closest piece of equipment around that area. The API 521 suggests 10 feet, so we've added a little bit of buffer for that. On top of that, on the horizontal level, it suggests 50 feet as the approximation. And so we are, let me see. This was used. Yes, so I have a confirmation from the engineer who designed all this stuff that we are outside any of the harmful ranges in the event that the hydrogen, in the event that it ignites.
Okay, so we've talked about the multiple steps you're taking to ensure safety. Let's look at the other side of the equation. Can you explain to the board what would happen if you were not allowed to directly vent this hydrogen, but you would have to flare it? For example, how long would you expect the flaring to take place during the variance period?
So if we were to flare out the hydrogen, it would be more than the 21 days. So we'd see greater than 21 days of flaring. And this is because we have, when one of the units comes down till the time that another unit comes up that are the hydrogen consumers, that difference is about 21 days, but that doesn't even include if there's discovery work. So oftentimes, even though you have a plan for turnaround, because you discover things and it'll take longer to fix things, it could prolong the turnaround. So that's why I say greater than 21 days of flaring if we had to flare.
This would be 21 days of continuous flaring?
That's correct, 21 days of continuous flaring. In addition to that, we're also coming in here for the flare work, 65F4. So if we are flaring out of 65F3, the other flare that is remaining in operation, it's close enough to 65F4 that the air work that we're going to have to do up in the air is too close from a safe heating standpoint, if you have people working up at the flare stack, that we would have to delay that work. And so they couldn't do any of the air work. They would be forced to be grounded. And about half of the scheduled turnaround for 65F4, half of that work will be done up in the air. Half of that work is ground work. So
Okay.
it would definitely impact the 65F4 as well.
So again, in that situation, if you were prevented from doing the work on the 65F4 flare, what would you do? Would you have to come back before this board to seek another variance in the future?
Yes.
Let's talk about the outreach to the community with respect to this potential variance work. So has the refinery reached out to the Torrance community to provide notice that this work is going to be happening?
Yes. For prior to the start of the turnaround, we have released door hangers, and we hang door hangers in a 1 mile radius around the refinery. In the door hangers, we talk about, hey, we're going to be undergoing turnaround. There will be maintenance activities. You could see flaring during various periods of time, and while we're trying to minimize all of that, you can expect to see this stuff. On top of that, it's posted on our Torrance Refinery website for, where we have the notices and things like that. And we've mentioned it during at least one of our public hearings at the City of Torrance. Additionally, we work closely with the Torrance Fire Department and other agencies, and also with our AQMD inspector, to provide them with more specific dates of where we believe we would be flaring.
And do those agencies, the fire department, the city, issue their own notices to the public about this planned work?
Yes, as we get closer to a specific time period where we believe that there will be specific flaring, they have issued what's called Torrance alerts, which go out to whoever subscribes to them and will alert them that there's a potential for flaring.
What if a resident has an issue or a problem? Is there any phone number they can call to get information or assistance?
Yes, we have a community hotline. It's 24 hours, and anybody can call that hotline, and somebody will answer and can answer any of the questions that they have. If they're not available, we always, check the voice messages and make an effort to return the call.
And if there were ever to be an emergency, whether it be during this variance or any other time, are there procedures in place to notify and alert the public if that happens?
Yes, we would then activate our emergency operations system, and then depending on the nature of the situation or how severe it is, we work with multiple agencies, and then we all decide, how it gets communicated out to the city.
Okay, so talking about, potential issues that could come up during the variance, we talked about the safety measures you're taking to ensure that the hydrogen is really safely and doesn't combust. If there is a combustion or a flame, what steps does the refinery take immediately to address that issue and stop the flame from occurring?
So they would shut off the valve for the hydrogen vent, which would essentially stop all hydrogen from going out the stack. The steam will continue to come in, and so that steam essentially would snuff out anything.
Is there any danger in that situation of a larger fire or some kind of explosion that would potentially affect off-site receptors or the community?
No.
Finally, let's talk about the monitoring of emissions that you're proposing during the variance period. How does the refinery plan to get emissions information to the district? Do you have existing monitors that you will continue to work?
So our flares have existing monitoring systems to tell us when we flare and what the emissions of those look like. Over at the four-stage separator, the whole flue gas system, when it exits the stack, there are continuous emissions monitoring system for opacity, NOx and SOx,
On the operators who will personally be doing rounds to monitor the vent for ignition or flame, will that data and information also be shared with the district, whether they see a flame or not?
Yes, in one of the conditions we do have a condition for monitoring, and we can, of course, share that information with the district.
Okay, and finally, maybe you can walk the board through the rough timeline scheduled for this work, when it's planned to start, when it's planned to end.
Yes, so for the 65F4, we would like to isolate it around the 29th, so of this month, April 29th. They are, this turnaround schedule, because there are other units that are, shutting down and all that stuff. It really depends on, where they are at. So actually, they would like to do it as soon as possible, so as early as next week if we can do it.
Okay, and then roughly when do you expect all of this work to be done and the refinery to return to compliance?
Before the end of June.
Okay. Can you confirm for the board that you have had a chance to look at the proposed conditions in our Exhibit 1 that we submitted to the board today? I think it's still Exhibit 1. No, that's their conditions. condition, I'm talking about our conditions.
Oh, our conditions, okay.
You've seen it.
Yes, I've seen it.
Okay. We will talk later about the Exhibit A, which are the district's conditions, and whether some of those conditions may already be subsumed or we can agree to them. But I think that's all we have at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDonough. The board will take a 15-minute recess, reconvene at 13 to 11, and continue. When we do return, perhaps during the recess, the counsel for the district can inquire as to whether the district's LPA group has distributed information regarding today's hearing. Thank you. We are back on the record. Mr. McDonough, you had some follow-up questions for your witness?
We do, I'm sorry, and then we'll turn it over to the district. Ms. Shea, I wanted to follow up on a few things that we wanted to clarify in the testimony. So you mentioned earlier in your testimony that the direct release of hydrogen is something that has been done even in this district. Are you aware of other refineries that have been allowed to release directly hydrogen into the environment?
Yeah. Phillips 66 has it allowed in their permit to be able to vent hydrogen directly.
And having looked at that permit, did you conclude that they are following essentially the same procedures you're proposing to follow in the API?
Yes. Yes.
Also, are you aware of other hydrogen plants or other types of plants who might be doing this in the district?
Yes. Air Products, Air Liquide.
Okay, and both of those facilities also allowed by their permit to directly vent hydrogen in the atmosphere? We also wanted to clarify something about the emission of hydrogen from the vent. Just to be clear, there's no automatic ignition of hydrogen that happens from the vent, correct? In other words, it's just emission of the gas. It doesn't automatically ignite. We don't expect it to ignite.
Right. I just wanted to clarify that when we vent the hydrogen, it's just venting of the hydrogen. There is no flame or anything unless it auto-ignites. And so that is the risk that we are talking about. But on a normal basis, just the venting of hydrogen would not automatically result in a flame from the vent stack.
And again, that risk of auto-ignition you described is roughly one time, even if you assume 10 years of continuous 24/7 flaring or
That's correct.
release. And finally, when you testified about the history of intermittent leaks in the FSS piping, can you clarify for the board, is the FSS currently leaking?
Yes. So I wanted to clarify that for the repairs that we did in 2016, that those are temporary repairs that have stopped the leak. So we are not actively leaking flue gas from the fourth stage separator area. We would just, we have temporary clamps and designs around the piping area, and they are holding, but we would like to isolate the fourth stage separator, and so that we can go and replace the piping.
So what you're proposing here would be a permanent fix?
That's correct.
Okay, I think that's all.
Thank you. Before I turn the witness over to the district for cross-examination, I have some questions and concerns as to whether we should continue with the hearing today. And so I have some questions of Ms. Sue. You described the outreach. Did the outreach mention to the public that this is the first time ever of a direct release, would be the first time ever of a direct release from the Torrance refinery of hydrogen?
Is the question, did we specifically say that? Or,
Yes.
We did say that in one of the public city council type public hearings. I believe our refinery manager did mention that.
Was it in your outreach flyer, the door hanger?
The outreach flyer was more general, focused more on turnaround activities, so no, it was not that specific.
When this was mentioned at the, I think you said city council, was the potential safety issue discussed?
No, that really wasn't the focus of that meeting. It was just something that we had stated to show them that we were trying to minimize flaring and emissions.
Did the door hanger mention that there is a hearing today in this matter?
No, it did not.
When was the expert hired?
For the Jacobs Engineering
The
independent.
safety, I understand you hired a safety expert.
Jacobs.
Let me check real quick. I don't know the exact time when we hired him, but the report and the study that he performed here is dated April 17th, 2017. So it was done this month.
Ms. Sue?
Shay. Sue.
Oh, I'm over here now. This is a petition for a short variance. And state law requires that there be a posted 10-day notice. And so that was complied with. And so this hearing is being held with proper notice. The notice is out there, posted on the wall. Do you know if the Public Affairs Department of the district was aware of the safety issue, and if they took steps to notify the public of today's hearing? Mr. Sanchez?
After you raise that issue, Mr. Chairman, for the record, Nicholas Sanchez, Assistant Chief Deputy Counsel for the district. I think we're kind of mixing two issues. I think the first issue is you've identified that notice was proper and whether the correct district rules and permit commission conditions have been identified. When we've dealt with this issue in the past was whether adequate notice and the relief being sought is reflected in the notice that's given to the public. The second issue I have requested, from Public Affairs to get an answer to the question that you asked before the break. But I think that's what's before the board is the risk being adequately evaluated, and does a district have a position on whether, the findings have been met based upon the information and the facts that are being presented. But I think as Ms. Sue presented in her opening, that is the challenge of the district, is whether this is something that is safe and whether those risks are being, evaluated. We're still going through that evidentiary portion of the hearing. So I think you're kind of asking the district to take a position, which we're not ready to do yet. Has the public been informed of everything that's in the petition, and have we taken a position on all those representations and communicated to the public? I think that's putting the cart before the horse, and so we can disagree on how that's presented, but I think that's sort of how I would describe it. And so for us to elevate or minimize or oversell something when we're still receiving evidence on that, have we done that? No, we have not taken a position to make that representation to the public.
A few days ago, the governing board of the district held I guess it was like a town hall meeting to hear concerns, I guess, of the public, or to provide information. I really don't know what went on, nor do I know what assurances might have been made by the governing board as far as keeping the public advised and aware. And while you're correct, Mr. Sanchez, that the district has not yet, that in the process we're going through today, that the evidence has not been explored by the district nor by this board with respect to the safety. I am concerned that if this board were to make a decision today based on its best judgment, that nevertheless there may be some substantial concern in the public that this was done without their full knowledge. Board members, Ms. Bird.
There was one thing that the district mentioned in opening and concerned me immediately, and that was the desire to have the expert here to cross. And as I'm listening to testimony, I kind of have that same feeling. This is not something that, this is a facility that had, even though it was under different ownership, has had serious problems in the past, some of which probably have been inherited, it sounds like, because we've had several different cases from this facility in less than the time that, less than a year, I guess. I can't remember when they started back to operate. So just for me, being that I would want to be totally comfortable with what's going on, I would, if the district wanted to hear from an expert witness, I would want the district to have an expert witness here for them cross. And I think that the follow-up would come from the board in asking questions of that witness as well. I personally, just in hearing that the district would like to have that witness, and just in hearing the testimony, I had some questions that I'm not sure if the witness could answer them, because I would like them answered by someone who actually did the work for the safety test. We have concerns, and I just want to make sure that those concerns are able to be met.
Does the district have a witness to testify on the safety aspects?
As I said previously, our primary expertise at the district is air quality and health impacts. So it would be beyond our main expertise to have someone here to discuss that, and perhaps a little bit unfair.
Mr. Chairman, if I can speak. I may be able to help the board in this respect. The petitioner is not averse to having an expert here. It was a matter of timing. We were informed of the need for this testimony too close to the hearing to have the expert from Jacobs Engineering available. But given the right timing, we could potentially have that expert available. Our interest here is not to have the board prejudge the matter, and I think you're dangerously close to that point with the district having not even put its case on. So rather than getting caught up in these issues at this moment in the middle of our variance hearing, I might suggest that if this is a serious enough concern for this board, that we set a date where we can come back and provide the testimony that we're willing to provide. It's just a matter of timing and schedules.
Yeah, I don't think we're prejudging the facts in the matter. The district is, their primary expertise, as Ms. Sue points out, is air pollution. The concern is, I guess, that we have a fully informed public. Certainly the fire department has the safety expertise, and I assume that somewhere along the line, if they have not already blessed this thing, that their approval will be necessary. And when do you think you might be in a position to? What I'd like to have is the information regarding safety and the precautions that will be taken to be aired publicly. If he were here today, we could go forward, and I could say to any member of the public who's concerned, that's it. It's on the website. It's webcast. You can see and hear all of the evidence and the deliberation of the hearing board and know what decision, if any, the hearing board made and why. But if he's not here, then that's not possible.
Like I said, it's solely an issue of timing and logistics. I mean, if this board could find a date to continue, we could come back and bring such a witness. The question, of course, I think would be, we would need to have some assurance before we leave today that we believe that would meet the notice requirements. We certainly believe that the notice requirements have been met here, but if there is any disagreement about that, we don't want it to be in a gray area. We want to make sure that when we come back, this board gets its questions answered, the district gets its questions answered, and we move forward without doubts with respect to safety or with respect to proper notice.
There's no question that the legally required notice has been met. And certainly this board's responsibility is to take a look at the evidence that is presented to it in light of the requirements of the Health and Safety Code, the 6 findings that we are required to make. And I guess this is the safety, hydrogen, whether the pros and cons of the emissions one way or the other, they're on the edge.
So then, Mr. Chairman, I guess the question going forward is, are we satisfied that if we continue this proceeding and bring back that witness, that any notice questions will have been addressed that way, or do we feel that there needs to be some other step?
I think notice question has already been addressed. I think it's been satisfied. I don't think that's the issue.
Okay.
I think it's just meeting what some board members believe is our obligation to let the public know that there's a hearing going on today, and we're considering a petition for a variance in light of the 6 findings that we have to make.
I would just add, Mr. Chairman, I think for judicial economy, I think we could probably present a lot of information today, and it sounds like the board is identifying specific questions that they want answered. So I think perhaps we can cover as much as we can. Obviously, I don't speak on behalf of petitioner, but I think we've researched and have prepared for a lot of the information, and we, sounds like we would probably get to the ultimate issue, which we're discussing now, but if petitioner's not opposed, I think we can still proceed and get pretty far with some of the evidence that is pertinent to the findings for a variance.
I think that we can, and then continue the matter to Wednesday, April 26th, if the parties feel that's satisfactory.
Mr. Chairman, my clients are saying they can make Wednesday morning, 26, I assume 9 a.m.?
9 a.m., and that'll be the only matter on calendar, and hopefully it would not take very long, but you never know.
Thank you.
Also, I think the parties and the public are entitled to a decision by a full board, and unfortunately, we don't have a full board today. Senator, you had something to say?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, you are correct. It was all over the news that the governing board had a hearing for an entire weekend and regarding this plant in Torrance. They met and had testimony from 9 o'clock in the morning till 3+ hours, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I believe that was on a Saturday. And then I understand they went back the very next Saturday. You understand, right? Where they had over 100 people giving testimony, giving their opinion. And that lasted from the morning throughout another 3 o'clock in the afternoon, all over television. So apparently proper notice was given that hearing would take place regarding this site in Torrance. And it was also further understood that Congress persons who represent the area, assembly persons, and the speaker, of course, who's concerned about this issue as well, provided information at that hearing stating what their concerns were. Personally, I'm adverse. I oppose any additional action being taken today until the full body, both pros and cons, are here to hear it and then to address the issue. As you can see, we do not have a full board, but hopefully by that time we will. It's not fair to either side, in my opinion, to start addressing or receiving evidence in any portion when another member might be here, even though they would probably can watch it on the webcast or read the report. But I understand what you're trying to do to accommodate the petitioner's request, but I think the appropriate action to take would be to continue for the date that the chair has already decided is appropriate for that purpose. Also,
Yes.
also you will know what the governing board is thinking at that time. So, not that it's going to influence us because we're going to look for our evidence, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But please, if the rules stay the same, fine. If they change between now and then, we'll know. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, I think we should continue to the date you already designated.
You would agree that we hear the evidence to the extent that we can, continue it to another day, and on that day, have the witnesses, today's witnesses available in the event the fifth member of the board, after having viewed the webcast, has an opportunity to ask any questions that person may have asked that we didn't think to ask, so that full
Well, as I said,
opportunity.
I'm not in favor of taking any evidence today at all. Just wait until that date. That's my opinion.
And
Sure.
Mr. Chair, we would agree with the senator. I think our position is that the evidence is actually better and more economically provided at the next hearing. I imagine a lot of the questions will be about safety and probably better answered with an expert in the room. So I think we actually maybe save time by saving our questions for that person. I don't doubt that they could probably get through a lot of questions today, but I'm afraid we're going to do some retreading of ground necessarily. And especially if Ms. Prusak is having to catch up, it's less for her to have to catch up if she's able to attend the next hearing.
So your suggestion is to continue today, at this point, continue to Wednesday, the 26th?
That's right, and take all evidence
At
at that time, including the district's case and whatever else, because I think it will save time. I agree with the senator.
Okay. Mr. Sanchez, this is the petitioner's case. Petitioner wishes to put its best foot forward, and I think inasmuch as there are, based on the information we've had so far, petitioner is presently in compliance, will not be out of compliance, will not need a variance until we meet again. Board members, any objection to continuing it to, at this point, to Wednesday?
I think we should continue until Wednesday.
Okay. Doctor?
Yeah, I would like to make a second point that it may be redundant. Yes, I do agree that we should meet and not enter any more evidence or commentary about this morning. I think we've done enough. What I am concerned about is from a, I don't want to say the word public relations point of view, that phrase, it's the wrong phrase, but the public needs to know about this hearing coming up Wednesday. And I hope the district and the refinery will do their very best to get the word out, because this is important. We really thought that there was going to be a large public here, but we realized that the terms of the variance have been satisfied with the brief notice to posting. I think we need to go above and beyond that for the sake of all parties, you guys and us. So whatever you all can do to let everybody know about this, it would be much obliged. I think it will serve all our interests for the best.
I do want to make it clear that this board is not telling the district what to do. But it has expressed its concern and desire of what it would like to have happened. And there was a discussion yesterday at this board's general meeting regarding this exact same kind of situation. So that's our desire. Regardless of what additional notice is provided, we'll just go forward on Wednesday, the 26th. Is there any other business, board members? If not, this matter is continued to Wednesday, April 26th at 9 a.m.
We just want to put on the record that we're not opposed to continuance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do appreciate that. Okay, we're continued to Wednesday, April 26th at 9 a.m. And at that time, we'd like to hear from experts, and hopefully there might be further discussion between the parties about the issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're adjourned. We're adjourned.